And good morning. It is the 3rd of June, 2025. Man, time flies when you're having fun, huh? So welcome to, this is my virtual trading journal. The concept here is that I don't multitask well, and so I am able to capture everything I'm looking at on my trading screens in the video, and my voiceover gives some indication as to what I was thinking. And therefore, the all-important journal continues, but I don't have to be screen snapping and typing and doing all of that random stuff I'm not good at the same time as trying to focus on trading. Any times that you see here or that I reference are Central Standard Time. Down here at the bottom. This is not for financial or trade advice. Again, it is my personal journal. So it's me watching, trading, and thinking out loud for myself. The purpose of the voiceover and the capture and stream to YouTube is several different reasons. Number one, it's fully transparent and accountability. There's no question about it. I take no trades off the stream, so there you go. And everything is, again, transparent and right out there. When you take a trade with Bookmap, there's an arrow at the order, there's a green line for break even, the stop is indicated by a specific line, and any movement of the stop or any of the targets is all fully graphically displayed and recorded. So that's that. I'm not paid for this. It's not monetized. So this is me just again, recording my virtual journal, and hopefully it's helpful. It would be great to have a community, a big community when people could interact, and I'd actually probably convert to a Discord so we could have live audio. But anyway, so there we are. That is the virtual trading journal and why. Now, let's get on to, I probably forgot something, but the important part is it's not for financial advice because of the legal crap, right? And nor is it for trade advice. And I'm not paid, nor is the stream monetized. Oh yeah, the reason that I stream it to Bookmap is, to YouTube, I can then review it on any device. If I just record it here on my machine, I got to be standing here to, to review it. So that's the reason, and it is a permanent record. So there you go. All right, now the next order of business, and a big one, is the reports. Well, coming out this morning, we have at 9 o'clock, we had the Red Book, which didn't do much for the day. These are earnings for the week. We got factory orders. This is the all-important JOLTS number, which will be out at 9 o'clock. And then crude is later in the day, of course. And earnings for the week are pretty light. CrowdStrike probably being the most interesting for what we trade. There you are. So that's that. Financial juice is pretty light, again with the numbers. This is one that I think is going to figure heavily in today because the dear leader can't resist tweeting and talking, and that has been the unpredictable catalyst which has kept the market on its back foot with uncertainty. And with this deadline that he's just arbitrarily set, I'm sure there will be some tweets. I would be absolutely flabbergasted if there weren't some tweets and some speaking from someone, or, which is what they do. But that has been typically, that's not been the big market movers or disruptors to the auction, but it is in this environment now. So there we go. This is on to the pre-market then. This is my IRT charting package. This is the mini ES NQ, the ES mini micro composite, and the market profile. This is the micros. I track them both because I push these session prices and high and low volume nodes and share them freely with a bunch of people in the traders lab and around. Therefore, let's see what we're looking at. Well, here is yesterday's RTH session. This is the full session, you'll notice it. So this started at 1700 last night. This is the ETH. We are essentially 100% short inventory all night. Here's our open. And we've traded below that the entire night. Percent change is down, is negative. What would I expect at this point? On the open, I would expect that we will have some responsive buying for taking profits. And also, there'll be some skepticism or some probably hesitation waiting for that JOLTS number. This is the NQ, pretty much the exact same story. Open here, traded down here. They're mirrors of one another. Typically, they are correlated, so that's not a surprise. This is the full session. I'm sorry, this is the daily session, RTH session, daily bars of the micro or the mini ES. It's real simple. I draw a volume profile around all of the days where price overlaps. When it doesn't, start a new one. Simple. By doing so, it generates a micro composite VPOC, and then these red and green lines are the high and low volume nodes of this volume profile. So these are the micro composite high and low volume nodes. And these red and green lines or values are pushed to Bookmap. And this is the market profile, and guess what we're doing? Value is essentially unchanged for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Now, and here it was only just overlapping lower after this big trend day on the 21st, which was, it's on again, it's off again. This is a taco day, I guess. Here we have the quote board. Here's our settlement prices, open interest, percent change, volume, etc. Okay. Bookmap, the order flow trading package. Now, here is the micro composite column where I enter these values manually. This is the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night. The RTH session, which will reset this morning at 0830. And this is the chart volume profile, which just plots what you see on the chart. This column is important for me. This is where I put notes. First thing I do every day is change the column title to reflect the open type. And there are only 4. Higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range, period. Gap high, gap low, and the 2 insides. That open type dictates which statistics apply to these session prices, which are pushed from Bookmap. To Bookmap from IRT. I also plot my migrating VPOCs in this column, and I Bookmap, or I mark down here every evening the closing POC location for the previous RTH session. So by definition, this is the naked volume point of control for the last RTH auction. The price levels are nothing at all mysterious or magical, despite what a lot of gurus will try to tell you on the internet. Real simple. The POCs are just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Period. 2160-ish is the POC for the full session. The minute one of these numbers is 2162, that line's going to move there. That's all there is to it. There is a VWAP for both Globex and the RTH. There's a mid for only the RTH. And there is the high and low IB, which is just an acronym meaning initial balance. It's an old market profile term. In reality, it's they mark the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all. So straightforward, no mystery, just math. I'm going to sneeze, stand by. Wow. Magic case of sneezing there. Sorry about that, but I think hopefully I had you on mute, otherwise you're all deaf. And looks like the stream is trickling down the hill. That's a good thing. What else we got going on over here? Okay, that all looks good. OBS is working fine. We've got, now in order to trade, it's pretty important. That's the whole point, isn't it? If you're going to trade with Bookmap or execute through Bookmap, the first thing you need to do is activate the trade control panel, which is right here, activated by that click. Now, typically, when you open up, it's going to look like that. Padlock is locked and it's not green. So you click that, and then you select a way that you will interact with the Bookmap application, trading with your mouse. And there are three choices. Chart, which means that the only place you can trade with your mouse is in this active data column right here. You notice there's no bubbles or any of that stuff, and there's a fine line here you can't probably see on the stream, but it's there. The mouse changes to a $sign from an arrow. The dome, which is you can only trade with the mouse in these dome columns, and then both columns. I'm converting myself from trading with the keyboard, which I have set up and with hotkeys, and it will trade in either any of the three, both dome or chart. However, you have to have the computer focus on the browser here or the application in order for the hotkeys to function. That's really important. So then, after I've selected a way that I'm going to interact, in my case, I use multi-brackets, which is a real nice bracket, and you can set up multiple stops, targets, etc. And in this case, I use a risk-neutral package, which requires an even number of contracts, whether it's 2, 4, 6, 8, a million. The stop for the entire package is at one location, and I use, in this case, with this volatility, 12 ticks on the ES, and that can be determined with harmonic rotations, ATR, chicken bones, soothsayer, however you go about backtesting to determine that tick size. There you have it. And then the first risk-neutral scale, or the T1, is for the same amount of ticks as is the stop loss and for half of the package. So it's a 2-lot package. Stops are at 12 ticks for both the whole package. The risk-neutral scale is for half the package at positive 12 ticks. And then there's a runner. And there you have the setup. Now, what I do, typically, personally, I confirm that it's the right package, and then I click the button again. Now, it stays green, the padlock's unlocked because we've selected a way to trade with the mouse. However, I get the real estate back and I don't trade my P&L. So that is the way I do it. And now the next thing I do is I want to make sure that I've got the multi-account set up. and I do, and it's selected. So there we go. So what will happen now is if I make a trade today, when I do, that trade will be replicated to the other accounts that I have associated with this brokerage. To maximum with TopStep. This is a TopStep account. Maximum with TopStep is 5. This is a combine. So there we have all of that. I think we're pretty much smoking along here. It's only 8:15, so that's great. Don't have to worry about the TLab snap yet. So we can delve a little more into the pre-market. And the next order of business is going to be the statistics. And how do we do that? Well, it's real easy, actually. Here is the statistics study in my IRT. That's investor.com. Investor RT from Linsoft is who makes this package. This, coincidentally, was the open type from yesterday, and it will be also again today, I hope. After the open of the RTH session, Investor RT will highlight the correct open type. So that's why it's a different color. And it's real simple how this works. This study looks back at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened lower in range 591 of them. Of these 591 days, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 496 times for 83.9%. So we jump over here to the overnight volume point of control, and we go 83.9. And dyslexia rules, 83.9. So amazing how that works. And there we are. The next in line is the overnight mid, which is 82.6, and that's right here. Now, all I'm doing is just going down the list. Overnight volume point of control. I'm not going to worry about the previous high or low as a group. Overnight mid. The next one's the previous close at 72. Come on, you dunce. 72.6. Okay, so the close, which is right here, is 72.6. Now, to determine the open type, which I'm not sure if I clearly explained or not, it's really, really simple. Where will we open this RTH session as it compares to the previous RTH session close and the previous RTH session range? And we are lower than the close and within range. Lower in range. Lower in range. That's it. It's great, huh? Again, not mysterious, despite what some internet gurus would have you believe. It's just common sense math. This is, this is a mathematical statistical study. The program looks back over these days and sees and determines, counts how many times these various things were touched. Simple. Now we have the IB high at 70.2, and that's kind of an important one for me to explain. So here's the IB high, okay? 70.2. Now what's important is to put IB high. And why do I have to type the initials? Because once we open, remember the definition of the IB high and low is simply the marker of the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. So the minute we open this current upcoming RTH session, this is going to move to the top of wherever that is. If we open up here, it's going to move up here someplace. So I put the initials there, enabling me to see what the hell this number meant after we've started the day. There you go. Previous mid, previous value area low, mid is 69.9. We can do 69.9 over here. I don't watch that one so much. I don't know why. It just doesn't strike me as important, but hey, it is. Okay. Then we have the previous value area low at 68.6. So value area low is somewhere. And it's got to be covered up here. Oh, no, there it is. Value area low. 60, what I say it was? 68.6. Now, a word about value area low and developing value area low. Developing value area low or high denotes the current auction, and value area low denotes the previous auction. So when this RTH session opens, I need to jump over here and change all my charts from full session to RTH session only. That way, the value area will reflect the previous RTH session, and the developing value will reflect the current RTH session. I hope that's clear. And that's really important to people, all these people who receive these, use these levels. I don't want to try to explain this over and over again or have it be inconsistent. One of my goals here is to try to make this whole process as consistent as possible. So the overnight low is then 67.2. And that's right there, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay, now I'm going to get that wound up a little. Well, where's the previous low? What the hell? Previous low is 51.8. So while we're down here, I'm going to put 51.8 there. And I'm going to widen this back out so that it's not so scrunched up and I get the levels more aligned properly. Scrunch is a technical term, by the way. Morning, Antonio. I'm still bubbling along here. Where am I now? Value area high. I don't see that guy in here. Yep, value area high is 56.5. Okay, so I guess in previous high, where's that go? $39.1, and that is typical. And don't be confused with the fact that low probability is surprisingly is taken out frequently. All right, so there we have all of that, and I'm way behind on the world famous TLab snap. So I will do that now. And then I'll explain what that means. Whoopie-doop. Okay. The TLab is, as Antonio knows, a bookmap Discord chat room started by a fella named Tom B., a professional trader with 46 years of experience, if I remember correctly. And apparently very successful. I would certainly say so. He's not ostentatious or a braggart, but he doesn't. He doesn't have a picture on his on a website of his garage wrapped Ferrari or something, shit like that. But he seems like a nice guy, and he is apparently successful at what he does, and I believe that to be the case. The important part about the TLab is that everything is exactly free. You don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap, which is pretty phenomenal because obviously it's a marketing tool for Bookmap, but you're never solicited, or to this point, you're never solicited. And I've only been around for a year and a half or 2 years there. Tom does not call trades, nor does he trade live, which is a little disappointing to me. I would prefer to see that because I think I'm visually oriented, and to watch that is, in my opinion, real beneficial. So the reason I stuck at the TLab originally, I think, was because of the fact that there was no solicitation or anything for sale. And it's why I don't recommend any of the other Bookmap Discord chat rooms except the Traders Lab. Not because, well, first of all, I haven't been to all of them, certainly, and I think there's quite a few. I've been to 3 others just for a few minutes, and they were quite typical. The person was immediately trying to sell something, and that's fine, but it's not of interest to me, nor do I find it benefit to recommend. So there you go. The Traders Lab, Tom B. There's a link to the Bookmap Discord server, which of course you have to join, in my in the description here. And once you do that, then navigate your way to the Traders Lab by Tom B. And there you go. Well, we don't have any news at the bottom of the hour here or at 7:30, but we do have the JOLTS report at 9. So as I covered early on in the thing, we're going to open in a couple of minutes here, and I'll start plotting the, I'm going to try something pretty random. I'm going to try changing this. Instead of 8:30, I'm going to make this 8:29. What the hell's going on here? And 30 seconds. And see if the damn thing works. It's been not working lately. Why is it doing that? Oh, look at this. Well, now maybe it seems to want to work. Look how it's moving that. Do you see it moving the POC around? That's pretty crazy, huh? I'll set it back to that and set this back to... The reason I was trying this was lately I've noticed that when the market starts, this doesn't seem to work very well. Maybe it will now. So that's 8:30 and 0 seconds, and there we go. Okay. Now this is completely screwed up. Oh no, I guess we've just... Yeah, this is wrong. God damn, I didn't help myself there. This is the full session volume profile, or POC, which is this darker, more muted yellow. And this is the RTH, which is the brighter yellow. Now, this should definitely be resetting at 8:30, not now, because I was monkeying around with that. So we'll see what happens. I probably broke it. I've had issues with Bookmap lately. I think it seems to be a little bit funky, and I've upgraded to the latest and greatest stable version, which is some damn thing. I forget what. But we're going to open here at 8:30. So I want to see if this open works correctly. I might have really screwed myself up. What should happen here at 8:30 is this should reset down to 0, and this would jump to wherever the POC is, and it start plotting. That's the theory. Trader Tom is busy tweeting the hell out of things. So there's the reset. There's 8:30. This should have done the same thing. So that's just freaking irritating. What I'm going to do is reset now. Boop. There we go. And then I'm going to set the POC right here. I don't know what I just did to myself. I've never done that before. But I'm not going to have it be off for the stream. So there we go. Now, pretty quick, this is going to jump up here. We reset basically back to settlement, and now we've just ticked above it. And yeah, there is a very definitely, these are going to plot throughout the day, but the yellow line will continue to plot, but in pretty quick, they'll scroll off to the left so I can't see them. That's why I do this little exercise here with the flags. And I'll point that out later, how that works. Okay, Antonio. Don't hurt yourself picking up that big, huge bag of money you're going to make today. I'll be right back. Just checking out the hopefully you're not an old man like me, and you got to watch your back, right? I'm just checking out the audio here with my headset on the stream. All right, that seems to be okie dokie. Okay, they're rocking and rolling here everywhere. Now I'm going to have to change this. Here's how you do to change this now to the RTH session only, so that the previous VHA high and low, value area high and low, will be accurate for yesterday's RTH session. And this is real complicated. Oop. That's how you do it. And I'm going to save that bad boy. And then do the same for the micro composite, so that the people that are getting those levels pushed have them accurately. Okay. Well, there's our opening candle so far, right in the middle of this complete consolidation that's been going on. As obviously the same as we see here, up here. Yeah, there we go. They're short on the, some guys are short on the NASDAQ already and in the money. Hopefully I didn't shoot myself in the foot with this damn thing, but I probably shouldn't have reset that configuration. Okay. At 8:30, 0 seconds every day. So that ought to be right. And there we have it moved down. Now, excuse me, I have this, I'm like, I guess, obsessive compulsive. I've got backups and backups and backups. This yellow line is the developing value area high, which reflects developing value area high, football. It's the POC, which represents or is the same as the yellow line here on Bookmap. I also have a red line with IRT. It also plots a red line at the current POC. And I have, of course, the same represented on Bookmap, but not the there's the POC, but here's the yellow POC that are developing, which has just come down to join that. But on Bookmap, there is only one POC for the RTH session, which is the brighter yellow, and the more muted yellow here is for the full session. These are volume profiles, of course, as are, God damn it, as are these right here. So here's the full session volume profile, and here's the RTH session volume profile as we stand right now. And I'm flat, and I'm not gonna do that. I got quite a bit of progress made with the, I believe I did with the back testing over the weekend. And hopefully that'll help, which I'll share, of course, rather than, Scrooge it and when I first came with, I don't know how long you've been around Traders Lab, Antonio, but when I first started joining in there, Tom was live streaming from the open, and it would go for like 3 or 4 hours. It was much more, I found it more insightful because it was, it was live. So he was over here instead of rear view mirroring it all the time, which is frustrating to me. I can look in the rear view mirror and I'm goddamn good at this. So is my daughter who doesn't trade. I don't think you've got to be real clever in order to understand what's going on in the past. But that's the reason I wish they would. But I understand the whole thing about it. Bruce was trying to set up a schedule of presenters and all that stuff, and Tom probably requested that he have the morning to trade, I would suppose, his own account, because after all, that's what he's doing this for. He was just sharing with us out of the kindness of his heart, I believe. Or he owns Bookmap, who the hell knows. But he probably wanted to trade himself and then do the stream, from 10:30 to 12 when it's he's had that first 2 hours out of the way or under his belt, I suppose. Don't know. So let's see, what have I forgotten to do here? I seem to have everything set up. Oh, I didn't catch the open here in my little snap thingy. All right, well, their shorts, the NQ, or they were. Hogue opening range trades, 1 or 2 micros, and he'd up $400 or $500 on the, I think it was gold. The opening range trade they do every morning in, oh, well, you've been there longer than me, probably. Yeah, you've been probably there longer than me. I don't think I've been 3 years. I think it's only been 2.5 or something. Well, let's see. We moved over here in August of 21. We moved here from Kuala Lumpur. Once we finally got the frickin' visas for the girls, which was almost regretting. Yeah, and so 21, 22, 23, 24. Well, I guess I have, because it was here that I fell into or bumped into, and I don't even remember how the hell I ever bumped into the Traders Lab, to be honest with you. And in those days, I think now he leaves the streams up on YouTube. I tried to explain to him once, or just mention once in a DM that, remember how he used to pull them down all the time and say they were only available to members of the Traders Lab? I understand what he was trying to do, but it really reduced the ability or the desire of the algorithm to push the content, right? I think they've just recognized that, and I believe they leave them open. And all you ever had to do was log on, was when you were signed into the stream, was save for later, and it was fine. So anyway, I never could get that across, but yeah, I think he's a good guy. I'd like to know him, actually. I'd like to meet him. And I agree. Yeah, he probably said, well, why don't I just start at 10:30 and then I've got 2 hours or 3 to trade for myself. And I can also understand why he doesn't want to probably trade online. He's probably trading, 50 minis or some stupid shit. You know what I mean? And all this conversation about structured trade and risk neutral and all that is probably completely different than how he really trades, I would suspect. And I may be wrong. Maybe he does. Rod trades like this and shows it. Not live, but he posts them right after, usually in static. And obviously, once I do, if and when I do, they're here, and I'm going to start doing that. Now, that would have been one hell of a short, right? What are we doing here? VPOC migration south. I think that's right there, isn't it? Yeah, we got to get this up to speed. I have no idea. I can't even remotely remember how I got to the Traders Lab. That is weird. God damn it. What are you doing that for? Come on. Huh. Well, maybe my eyes are just way funky here. There we go. Looks like this is higher to me. I'm having real problems with my eyes lately. Yeah. Which is also kind of disappointing. It's like, anyway. I prefer to trade with someone who trades the same, you know what I mean? It's like, do what I say, not what I do. It's kind of rubs me the wrong way. I understand everything about it, but from a point of view of trying to be a teacher and leading and all those kind of things, I think, or for example, if I were trading the hell out of things you know, with 50 lots or whatever else it is, then but when it's time for the stream, trade like you talk about. Trade risk neutral package, trade a 2-lot or whatever, or 4-lot or whatever it is, like everybody that's involved in the stream. And then everybody's on the same page and can understand, okay, yeah, I see how to do that. I see that that's making money. I see that that's a structured trade, blah, blah, blah. That's just my thinking. And I also take pause on the structured trade thing. I understand that, but nobody has ever shown me or been able to show me the data that vetted the trade, the setup, including Rod. And I've asked him, one time we had him a couple of weeks ago, he was going to put a thing out and have a live discussion on his Discord. And because what he says he does is he just looks at IRT and a 1-minute chart and goes back and looks over, you know, for a couple of weeks or something. Well, that, in my opinion, isn't vetting a trade. But I don't want, you know, I would want to see that in action. Harry said he does the same thing, and he's, you know, and how do you argue with success, right? Who is making money hand over fist and supporting themselves and their family, and who is standing here in my shoes, right? So I try to not be negative or can't think of the right word, but you know what I mean. I certainly admire them for what they're doing, and I guess I'm just, you know, would be really great to see how they actually vetted a trade, because I've tried a lot of stuff. That's why I'm back to working with Bookmap. I didn't get too far with Python and discovered that the backtesting software that you can get on Python, like BJ and all that stuff, they don't do futures. The only one I could find that was geared for futures was Quant Connect, and that was pretty tough for me. So I've made better headway with IRT, and hopefully I've got the IB or IB failure, and then obviously the IB continuation would be easy to do, and opening range trades are easy, and so that's what I'm going to be doing, or hoping to. Rod said yesterday that he's going to start a new system where he doesn't, once he puts a trade on, he doesn't change his targets at all. He lets them go to target or stop. He's, you know, instead of like, well, if you get it there, well, I'll trail my stop up, or I'll take it off here because it looks like price action's slowing down or something like that. That he's not going to do that because he thinks that's going to be quite a big improvement in his bottom line. That's a real broad interpretation of what he said. So I'm interested to see that. And Jorgensen seems like he's doing quite well, as is Harry. Yeah. How do you argue with success, right? I'm trying definitely not to do that. But boy, we're right up here at the top, and they are not going any place with this thing. And I'm assuming they're waiting for jolts. I guess. We've had a VPOC migration down and now back up again. A couple of ups here, it looks like. Two, three. I'm not going to chase these little guys up the way here. I got one there, and I'm not going to get this little silly shit here. Or maybe I will. Let's check. See how close we are to that. If you were, when I was doing the statistics, it's so funny to me how these real low probabilities on the extremes of the RTH are frequently tagged or get very close, like right now. And what are we, three points away from that 39%er? And we got a big low volume node up here at this, and we're looking at 166 at 54s and 122 at 54s. So another 100 down here at the 52s. Let's see. There's a triple witching this month, and and rollover. Oh, Jesus. To go there. Okie dokie. Let's see where that was actually. I haven't watched any of the other one. I found a couple other ones that as I fall asleep listening to that stuff. So if I come across something that I think is worthwhile, I'll tag you off there, Antonio. If you see this is Rod talking about changing his story. 1 to 3 trades per day max. A+ setups only, holding all contracts at target. He's tired of giving back profits 3 points into a trade. So I'm not sure how exactly he's gonna do all of that, but that's and this is something he was complaining about, but looks. So there's the entry. And there's his T1 or risk neutral, and there's his T2. And I don't know whether he has, it looks like he's got another one up here, up the way there that he hasn't. So he must have put on 3, I guess, or 4, perhaps. So this is a 89 to 15. 25 points. So there you go. I'm ready, baby. Oh, when she comes walking down the hall and goes, "Am I ready?" What a dumb question. I keep telling her. Are my eyes open? Am I dead yet? I'm ready. For 2 things, and they both start with an H. And hungry is one of them. All right. Yeah, it's funny how when you're doing a prop thing, like I noticed last night myself, I was looking at Bookmap, and it was I had it on the NQs in the slow market, the ETH, and I found myself being more willing to think about putting on a trade on TopStep X, which is just bullshit. I mean, yeah, I got you completely. Understand what you're saying. Well, see what's going on here. So we've taken out the close. We've taken out what? We haven't taken out the overnight point of control or any of that stuff yet. Is this really the only statistic we've gotten is the close? Wow. Let's just see that here. Yeah. That's exactly right. We've only gotten the previous close. Oh, and the overnight high? Where'd that go? No, yeah, I just tagged it, I guess, right here. Oh, that didn't make any sense. Seems like the close and the high were right together on this one. I'll be right back. Yeah, I see that. I mean, yeah. I don't know why I didn't pick that up. So what have I got going on here? Let me just check. Put my little 5-minute candle guide back out here. Well, miraculous. I was right on. I was on the 5 minutes and hadn't even noticed. And we're at 50 cents wide. 50 cents high and 5 minutes wide, I guess is the way to say it. Real tight consolidation, and then the jolts is in whatever 30 seconds or no 5 seconds. Here we go. Bam, there's jolts. Must have been good. Jolts. Come on. Update, baby. Forecast is 7.1 million. Previous was 7.192. And it isn't out yet on my, didn't pay for it. One. There we go. 7.39. Wow. Job openings. I find that a little hard to believe, but hey, good, great, wonderful, super fab. So 3.9 actual is 7.391 actual and 7.1 forecast. Well, that's pretty cool. And it's going exactly nowhere times 6 over here, over here in the market. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Yeah, that didn't do jack. Look at this. Look at this flipping VPOC. That has got to be, in my opinion, that's indicative of a low volume. Well, we're only 181,000. And on the micros, it's, I'm sorry, 281,000. And on the micros, it's 287. So, yeah, low volume, I guess. I know the bots are kicking in now, I guess. I'm not sure what to make of the SPX, which I had up here a minute ago, I think. Yep. This is a 5-minute. I mean, yeah, it is the underlying for the yes, but if you look at it, it's just pretty much exactly the same as here or here. It's actually not. It's actually a little less radical over here. And yeah, Choporama. Retail soup, baby. Well, hello there. How are you? Are you really? Are you really okay? Yeah? Are you going to get all scared when the man comes? Wow, what the hell is that? Huh. What is this all about here? And I don't know why the stream is not updating properly either, to be honest with you. What, Panda? There we go. All right. What was that all about? Holy crap. What is that? 52 to 38? Yeah, I guess it's only 25 handles, but that's still one hell of a candle. Is that, let me guess, our dear leader tweeted something? Let me check. Oh, factory orders are way down. But that was at 9 o'clock also. So I was, oh, come on, Panda, what is up? You're not starving to death. Believe me, I can tell. Yeah, I know that that's just a big kitty cat. Yeah. Well, now we're going to look somewhere else. Well, that's quite the rodeo there. I'm not sure what. I don't see anything. No, wait. I guess it could be factory orders. Finally being digested. I don't know. I don't see any. But I don't have Truth Social or any of that stuff. So there you go. And whatever it is, they apparently changed their mind and have it back up again now. So maybe they were just shaking the tree. Huh? I don't know what's going on with Tom Hogarth, but he's burning up the telegraph thing. I'm getting crap on my phone every couple of seconds here. I guess Telegraph is like Facebook or one of those, I guess, huh? Oops, I thought it was muted. Sorry if I was chewing in your ear there, Antonio, or anyone. My wife is killing me, man. This morning I woke up to the smell of fresh whole wheat sourdough bread baking from scratch. She even makes her own starter. I don't know how else she does that. Now I got a guy coming over here a little bit later to look into widening all the damn doorways so I can get in and out. No. Well, they broke out of that consolidation up. They've widened out both IBs. And what does that mean? I have no idea. Well, we fast approach the IB here. Obviously, it would make the obvious guess would be the IB high, as far as the statistic goes. The IB statistic is that an old market profile idea, but it is very valid. In all four open types, there is greater than a 97.7% probability currently that the IB high or low will be exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. And if you want to look at that from a tradable point of view, on the other side of the coin, that means that there's a 2.3% chance or probability that neither the IB high or low will be taken out in the RTH trading session. So, you know, I guess typically what you need to do then is, where are we? Well, and the first thing to remember is the IB only sets at 9:30. It is just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. After 9:30, the statistic is active. If we were trading right here, looking at today's trade, I think it's a reasonable assumption that, or reasonable to anticipate, to quote Tom, that we are going to be exceeding or taking the statistic with the IB high. But you never know. And way more than once in recent memory, we've done stuff like this right here and then gone down and taken out the IB low. And it's not that far-fetched, because we're only looking at a basically 38 to 55 point range, right? That's actually less than 20 handles. And if you want to look at it from a statistical point of view, that's about as perfectly balanced distribution. There's a bit more kurtosis at the bottom here than there is at the top, which, you know, if you want to be real picky, you could say we need a little more excess at the top to perfectly balance it out. But I mean, hey, that's about as balanced as you're going to get. And when you look at this range here compared to this nonsense down here, this is not so bad, this one. But, you know, these toothy comb-like beauties here looks like a bunch of fish bones. I would suggest that we're going to probably take out the IB high. Actually, it's pushing a new high right now. So they're going to maybe add that, excess at the top before the statistic, and then go take out the IB low. Yep, they pushed it up a little higher. Yeah, good boys and girls. I think I've probably said this before, and I would suppose Antonio knows, but notice how the line was above and the IB flag was down here, and it now moved up. That's not a bug or a error. It's a known condition. And what the way it works is both of these, the line and the flag, are both driven by the exact same data, simultaneously pushed from IRT. I am limited by Bookmap that the least refresh time I can set in the cloud note column is 1 minute. And whoever the folks are that programmed or built this indicator, which you buy from IRT for the line, obviously have it refreshed less than a minute. Therefore, the line's up here, and then there you go. There's a perfect example. Thank you. The line jumps up here, and the flag will come wandering up here in a minute. There you go. Well, I couldn't have scripted that one better. Yeah, that's exactly right. And never mind all the stops that you would suppose are lurking above all of these daily candles or all of this bullshit up here. Yeah, so it could be a rodeo to the upside. Well, here you go. You didn't have to wait long for that to happen, did you? Good call. Good call, Antonio. Here's that POC, and then bam, zoom, crash. Here comes everybody from 60s up. They just got up there. Not a whole lot of liquidity living out here, though. Last night I was seeing 400 lots parked out here on some of these levels. Now, granted, that could be some fella that had too much sake or something over there, in Asia that was just spoofing the shit out of things. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Nice round number. I would suppose it to strike. I'm guessing. And now we have a double top. Ooh. Yeah. I would say bingo, bango, bongo. That thing's going to go. Huh? I'd almost enter right here. But we're only at 2 points away, so that's not very good. And a double top. So here comes the statistic. Oh, that was, I'm sorry. Yeah, football. I mean, we're in the statistic is live now is what I'm trying to say. And boy, I would like to get one on there. But we're only talking 4 points here. See, since this volatility has slowed down and I've brought these together, the perspective of movement is harder for me to get my head around. Are we going to go up here from the previous high and take out that IB high? We're at a pretty much of a level here now. I don't really see that over there, though. Well, we took out 139 for 9. We took out 4 for 4. That could be interpreted as exhaustion. And these icebergs here are 9 for 3 and 267 for 11. And of course, there's nobody that says we got to go take out this IB high. But yeah, I'm kind of with you. I'm thinking, man, that 60s are pretty juicy. Little tidbit laying up there. Then here we go. And no sooner do I say that than we pull back. We pull back the developing value area higher, the mid, or who the hell knows. Once again, it's a pretty balanced. I'm kind of thinking, though. Down at this low volume node.
Order submitted.
Well, we'll see what happens
submitted.
Here.
Order submitted.
We will see what we will see now.
Order
if they
submitted.
Can catch it back up here to the previous
Order
high
submitted.
and go after that. That would be just wonderful. But you never know. I'm tired of sitting around. Whoops. I'm getting my hotkeys backwards here. There we go. What'd I do? All right, girls, come on. Get up there. We're in this consolidation area right here, and there's been some support. So that's how I'm going to justify this. A little bit high because I'm above the POC. So, and all this data down here. So if they which they're going to do apparently. I was going to say if they make a rundown for the POC, I'm screwed. And I don't want to move my stops away. So, there you are. Get above that developing value area high, kids. I'm like you. I'm thinking they're going to go higher here. There's no reason to not think that, I don't believe. But as we both know, the outcome of every trade is 50-50. And of the next trade is 50-50. And if I go over here to static and see everybody over there is short, I'm going to be disappointed. I don't know what that means. Something going on there I don't understand. A little bit higher now. Come on, girls. Get up there. Yeah, boy. Come on. Who this douchebag is can go away. This seller up here I'm not liking for 100 at 16. I just want to get up there, obviously, and get that risk neutral scale off. And I'm fighting the urge to move my stop up to entry here because I'm trying to hold the line as far as discipline goes. But, I don't know who these assholes are, but I wish they'd go away with all this. That's buy divergence, though, so that would be, you would think that would be taking them up. I guess they're being absorbed or something. Look at this 105 for 18 at the bottom down there. They can't seem to get it over that previous high up to my risk neutral plan there, my risk neutral target. Maybe they'll go on this push. Come on, push up. Push up. Attaboy, a little more. A little more. Come on. Really fighting the FOMO not to bring the stop up to break even there. This is kind of fussing around is beginning to irritate the shit right out of me. Not being able to get up there is not a good thing, in my opinion. Right above that, I guess my break even it was just trade location is a bad idea, I guess. Was a poor trade location. Let's put it that way. Now I'm not sure what to do, to be honest with you. All right, there we go for risk neutral. Now I can breathe again. Oh, that's good, because at my age, holding my breath that long is tough. You know what I mean? Yeah, now what? Now I will not move my stop, and if it comes back down here, I'm out. And this is where I have to start thinking about, do I want to bring them up to neutral, because I'm copying to 3, right? If I bring this up to break even here, I would be sitting on 250 or something bucks times 3. So I'm thinking that's maybe with this copy idea the way to go. And I'm sure that's probably just rationale and, horse shit and bus tickets, as an old friend of mine in Africa used to say. And then there's also the idea of see money, take money. Just take that stop way up here above this break even somewhere, and the balance of the the trailing contract is even better. I'm thinking
Order submitted.
this for now and see where we go. That may be the right idea. I don't know. Probably going to get taken out right up here now. You just can't seem to get any traction to the top. Boy, I wish I had a fake Trump account on Truth Social. I'd love to do that. Come on, get up there. Get goddamn going here. What's the deal? Get moving. Get moving up there. What it is, I can't, I know Antonio understands this, but for any other person, the importance or the impact of the risk neutral scale is just really incredible psychologically. Come on now. I'm starting to think about bringing this up to a little more profit because I'm not seeing any action going on here that I like. Not to say that remember the statistic says in the balance of the RTH trading session, meaning they could take the IB statistic out at any point in the next however many hours it is until 1500 or 1700 actually. But I'm going to leave it sit here and let it wind around and see where it goes. Where it goes, nobody knows. I'd love to see it just go ripping up there. And now would be a great rip location. And if it does, I'm taking that stop up to my break even or to my risk neutral scale. By golly. Here we go. We're going to get that stop out. Now we're going to get the IB high. That'd be pretty cool. I'm not sure just how to manage this thing now. I'm not used to this copy story. Really. I know what the, conventional wisdom is to not move your stop, which I've already done. I can use the excuse that, well, my trade plan said I move the stop up when it gets to my maintains my scale, which I did long before that, obviously, but I'm not in the mood to just get bitch slapped here and then have it go zooming up. And it's important to note that my target is way up here, which is pretty ambitious, let's put it that way. Now here we're going to take the stop out, and if they get this IB high out and get through all of this liquidity, it's a good possibility they'll run it, because and the high, there we go, and the high of the micro composite is at 59.87.5. Get up there and get that. Get up there and get that IB high out now, girls. Come on. You're so close. You know you want it. You can tell. You can tell you want it. I can tell you want it. This 167 and that NVPOC from the 20th keeps refreshing. That guy doesn't want them up there very bad. And I don't want to come up here and get taken out. But on the other hand, I'm not particularly crazy about...
Order submitted.
I guess I'll come up here to this previous high.
Order submitted.
Maybe? I don't know. Come on. Take them out. I'm just trying to squeeze it up to get a little bit more out of it in case they do one of these YOLO stop sweepy kind of deals up here. Get up there and take that high now. Get out of the way. That 164 keeps refreshing at that NVPOC of 20. I'm assuming that once we get through that, if we hit that high volume node, that thing will launch, but you never know. Let's check. Here we go. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Boy, is that guy pushing on it, huh? Come on, buyers. What's the matter with you girls? Let's go. Those buyers just cannot quite get moving, can they? There we go. There's the IB statistic. Not much action up here. We've still got 158 at the number. The IB statistic is satisfied at this point. So, I'd like to see him get into that NVPOC and those stops. I would think that's got to be pretty attractive. That's got to be a pretty juicy target up there, I would think. There's an iceberg there. Not sure what to think about all this, actually. Sellers are really trying to hold them.
Order submitted.
I'm going to keep scooting the damn thing up and hoping for the best here. I don't want it to blow back on me. Yeah, I would love to see it run into those NVPOCs and give it some room. But on the other hand, it's my decision to do this, right? I've got to get my head around how to manage these copies. Because it's not just what I'm seeing here, it's what I'm seeing here times 3. Come on, you know you want it bad. There we are, come on. The IB is, they say, movement outside the initial balance. There we go. Movement outside the initial balance is typically controlled by the higher time frame. Because
Order submitted. Order
that's
submitted.
who they are. And that was right on the 5 minute. Look at that. So I'm going to just keep milking it up here from now. I'll keep trailing it up and see if we can get up to that scale. Then that's nothing really.
Order submitted.
I'm surprised there's not more stops above this POC, and this sumbitch isn't moving, to be honest about it. They did load up a lot of liquidity up here, however. Rod would be so disappointed that I'm doing that. But to be honest with you, come on, get over that POC and break through that sumbitch. You know you want to go. Come on, Trump, do something. Where's that useless clown when you want it, when you need him? Likely to get stopped here now, but maybe not. We'll see. There we go. Come on, get over those damn... I'm just amazed that there we are. There's some of them. That's what we're talking about. Now take a run for that 65 half-ish up here. I don't know what to think about that now. Pull it up to the IB high and think that that's a good idea. Come on, let's get running here. Let's get running. It's not out of the question here. We don't have a lot of liquidity above us, but I'm just pretty amazed there wasn't a buttload of stops up there. I mean, 139 is... That's buyers. I don't see any real sell stuff going off. Up here anywhere. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Feel like I'm talking to the cat. Well, there's a $1.25 sitting above us here. See the liquidity levels, and these have only just come in recently here. I think it's going to be a slow grind up or what? I'm going to keep trailing up a little bit tight just to not get some sort of a horseshit deal here.
Order submitted.
Come on. You only got to get 4 more handles out of this thing, and then I'm at my target. Could you please just do that? Thank you so much. What's above us? Anything? Oh, there we go. Well, we got another naked volume point of control up here from the 19th, actually. Look at the levels coming in here now, though. They're getting pretty sticky around this thing. I don't recommend trailing this tightly, but I also don't recommend giving any of this money back if I can avoid it, and I'm trying to work out a balance for that somehow. There we go. Another 5-minute lift. Okay, one more bump, and we're going to take her off at the target. Ooh, and that target is right at the century figure too. Oh no, it's not. Okay. I'm going to come up
Order
to below
submitted.
this consolidation here. I know I'm trailing way tight, but I want to get as much out of this as I can and bring it and not move my second target away. Come on, reload and get going, boys. You can do it. I got perfect faith in you. There we go. Well, there was the trailing stop, so I got hit on that one. And now it's likely to go busting right up there. And I obviously trailed it too tight. But hey, what are you going to do? So what did we end up with there? Well, 500 times 3, there's $1,500. There you go. So that's not a bad day. That's the way I need to have them. That's the way. I like it. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Okay, now I'm going to do my screen snaps for my journaly-whirly. Where am I here? Yes, okay. The way I do that is they've got all these little things to help you out here. Now this is how Bookmap tracks everything you do. So it's really, in my opinion, great. Oh, and look, here we go. We're going to get up to 66. So I just was a little bit of a wuss right here. And it didn't take had I left my stop where I had it, I'd still be in the trade going for there. And that works out, instead of 500, that works out to $720 all in. And then the next order of business is this one, I think. Yeah, this is the multi-tracker thingy. Yeah, they're going to take it now. God damn, I'm a girl. Sorry, I'm a wuss. Let me put it that way. Yeah. Well, I would have gotten another 5 handles out of a one lot. It's another $300. I tell you, I gotta just. That's pretty disappointing. And talk about rubbing salt in your eyes. Look at here. There's the low, and there's where I had my stop at the IB, and then moved it up. So for basically 2 points, at this point, I'm going to be giving up 6 points. And it's going to go up there and get it. Sure as the damn world. And it may go on to this 75. You never know. I mean, don't forget, we've been above 6 a lot of times in the last recent history. Yeah. Yeah, boy, that's just, Lesson learned, That's a hard lesson, though, for me. That's a hard lesson. I took that, I made that decision, and I'm fine, and I'm living with it. But I am disappointed in myself. And there is as I heard an interesting, a good way to look at this is there's no missed opportunities. There is only the next one in trading. So that would have pissed me off. And there we are right up to and including, but not quite, the target. My, original risk neutral target. So I left $900 on the table by not being patient. And there's a lot of different ways to justify it, well, I've got some cushion and blah, blah, blah. But the reality is I just got antsy or paranoid or whatever else it was. Had I left it there, be in the trade. Said I got taken out there by a tick, and then up we go to my target. I haven't hit the target yet, by the way, but I think it's pretty inevitable that it will in the next couple of seconds here. 66 is holding out at $1.15. Yep, there we go. Son of a gun. Well, yeah, but here's my target out now. Just because I was a damn wuss right here, Antonio. Never got to that, never retested the IB high. And now it's at my target and then some. But yeah, that's, yeah. I mean, I'm not disappointed that I'm got $500, but it would have certainly been nicer to have 750 or 720 times 3, you know what I mean? And 720 over here instead of 500. But I'm trying to think of this from the point of view of a, support the family thing now because of that, my career disappearing. So it's pressure's on, shall we say. Oh yeah, when you get over to the stream, I might poke my nose over there and hear what Tom's got to say about all this, but I know what Rod, I'm embarrassed to post this in static. I can hear them all going, oh, you wuss. No, that would have been to my target. Pretty disappointing. Boy, it's amazing, isn't it? For one tick. What did I end up doing? So 59. for 1 point, for 1.5 points, I cost myself 6 points. There you go. I like the one thing I'll say about that copy trade thing that I like so far is you don't see the heat. I mean, if I was trading 6 minis instead of 2, that would be probably. I mean, when in fact that's what I really am trading. But that would be nerve wracking for me. And then here we're gonna continue higher. It's 19. The POC at 19 up here, 75.5 is probably in the cards. And we have the top of the top of the MC above us. So yeah, now's the time I should have scooched this one up and just been trailing up behind it, behind every candle. Yeah, woulda, shoulda, coulda, right? Yeah, that hurts. Yeah, it does. Yep. Well, next, I like that saying, there's no missed opportunities, only the next one. It kind of falls in with waiting for the next bus idea, but I like that. I heard that somewhere in my dreams last night on YouTube with the phone in my ear. Well. Doggone it. That is just maddening. 230. Wow, they're pretty excited about this. Pretty excited about 70. That's got to be a big strike or something. I mean, look at that. 221. There's over 1,000 contracts in those couple of profit or targets there. Yeah. I guess it's a little consoling that they haven't gone up to 66.5 or something, you know. But it is annoying that I wussed out. You'd think at this point I would know better than to do that. But I did want to get a cushion on, albeit admit it, and I didn't want to have any. I didn't want to look at a pullback or a washout or a scratch. So there you are. Be honest. Next. That can't be right. Well, I'm going to see what I can do with this guy that's coming over here to look for termites. Have a good one, Antonio. You'll probably be off to the stream by the time I'm back. Well, wow, what a mess. What I did wrong, huh? Holy smokes. Look at this. Here was my entry and my stop, and where I trailed myself out. And we never touched this again, all the way up to and including where we're trading now. Another 20 points. Wow. Yeah, I know. You want to know. Look. He's looking at me like, Dad, I'm busy. Come on, buddy. Well, we're in the power hour here. I'm back around. Ooh, I'm gonna have to figure out a different schedule so I can continue to keep this active throughout the day. But I want it. It's a dilemma because I don't want to have the stream off and then see an opportunity to trade. I had that happen before. Twice. Once I took the trade and then I had to go back, do a replay, record the replay, all that crap. And the other alternative was I didn't take a trade because my goal is, or my commitment is, to take all the trades on the stream. So, that's a dilemma to figure out. The alternative is to stay here and be actively narrating and active all from 8 o'clock in the morning to 1500, which is probably the right approach. So where are we now? Well, we have had a nice trade day. I definitely left a lot of money laying on the table and learned a hard lesson there by taking my trailing too tight and not just leaving my runner or my trail and then pushing out my target as I trailed up loosely, because I would have about doubled the money. So anyway, that's where we are. And now where I am now is we've just had this big VPOC migration. We've got a candle selling off. And I'm trying to figure out what to do here. Just getting my feet on the ground whenever I've been away. Part of my trade plan is I do not just jump in and start, hitting trades like I'm killing snakes. That's definitely not something I do. And in addition to that, $500 or whatever it was, trade that was copied 3 times. So there you go. $500 on four contracts. That's 2 in and 2 out. So we're in the powerful of powerfuls there. I'm sort of disappointed in my handling of the trade, my management, but certainly not in the fact that I took it. Gonna look into something here in rhythmic that I don't like the looks of. Oh, that's really, really good. Wow. Fresh squeezed orange juice, but I down the wrong pipe. Well, this would be great if it were true, but I don't think it's true. It says I'm long one and up $1,350, 107 ticks. Long from 59, 53, 75. I'm pretty sure that's not correct. You see what I mean? But that doesn't seem to be an open account on anything I've got with Rhythmic, so I got to figure out what this is. That's pretty weird. Huh. Well, that's pretty weird. And I'm not sure. Think about how to deal with this here. I've checked Rhythmic. There's no open orders or positions. There's no open positions. And so I think I'm okay here. That's kind of unnerving, though. I don't like that at all. I wish it were true. 14 or 1500 bucks. I need to close it out right now for the consistency rule. And that's pretty cool if it were true at 59.53. Where was I in these things anyway? $59.33. That's some new trade that I don't know anything about. And neither does Rhythmic, apparently. That's not very good. Definitely thinks there's an open trade out here somewhere. And that's really disappointing. I don't know what to do about that. I really don't know. I would certainly like to get out of it somehow or another. It's thinking there's an open trade right there, and the entry was down in here someplace, I guess. These are daily charts. How the hell can this thing? It's in here, but it's only on this chart, which is also a bit spooky. And it doesn't exist over here. Oh, yes, it does. Right here. Look here. Well, here we go. Flat now. I'm assuming that it just didn't send it to Rhythmic. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. That shows you how you could easily pass a combine in 2 days, though, doesn't it? One trade, one contract, 100 ticks, $1,500. Can that even make sense? Let's see something here. Yeah, sure. Of course it can. Yep, $1,475. That's a one lot on the ES for 118 ticks. Well, now I got it in a knot, didn't I? I got it tied up pretty good now. Now it's not responding and doing whatever else it's going to do. Well, that's a bummer. uh, uh, well, this is not good. This is not good at all. I wish I was in that trade, however. That'd be pretty nice. Well, it's not doing anything now. It's got the whole thing locked up. Well, I guess I'm going to have to do a Control-Alt-Delete and get rid of the damn thing. That's pretty disappointing. Hell, I don't even have the end tasks thing on here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, we'll see if we can pull this back out of the fire here. What the Sam Hill is going on? Oh, wow. They're doing some pretty random stuff over here now. Well, I don't see any open trades anymore, so that's kind of good, I guess. And there weren't any on, as far as Rhythmic was concerned, there wasn't anything, but I would have loved to have had that $1,500 be real. Wow. Tells you just how easy it is to let one run and get out of the way. Is this okay? I guess this is all right. Wow. Wow. Well, it's the 12 to 1 trade is in play today. Another, what that says is that if we are out of balance, which we definitely are, and we get an excess during 12 to 1, that there's a high probability we will have that high will, or low, whichever it is, will be taken out by the end of the day. So we'll see if that comes to play. I certainly won't trade it with all this weirdness going on here, but I don't know what the hell happened with that. And I don't know how that got over to this chart. That's also pretty weird. Something going on here that's all crazy. Something crazy going on here. But I don't see any supposedly orders floating around, so I'm gonna hope for the best. So I We'll see if that 12 to 1 stat comes to play. We've got 5 minutes till the MOCs. Wonder what all the random shit's going on with various places here. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Trump's expected to waive the requirement for congressional approval for projects above 50 million threshold. He can't waive that. He doesn't have the authority to waive anything like that I'm aware of. Jesus Christ. He's trying to say we're in a state of war. Jesus Christ. That guy is a loony. Well, he's not Looney Tunes. He's just trying to, one by one, step by step, Project 25 by Project 25, take over as whatever he is going to call himself. I don't know. Something. Ruler, king, dear leader, whatever. And we'll see in a minute. There's the MOC orders, but I don't see anything happening over there. Here we go. Mine sell side 259 S&Ps, buy side 100 Nasdaq 3 million. Really light. Dow sell side 264, Mag 7 sell side 158. Yeah, not much to write home about there. Here we go. Is this going to be the 12-to-1 breakout? We're going to be there in 5 minutes. You're likely to do it. There we have the cash close. So the 12-to-1 stat did not play out today, but we're not closed yet either. Typically, I think it's supposed to be closed at 3, but I'm not positive. Anyway, okay, finished the day up $500 times 3. So that's okay. But really disappointing that I didn't take that to the heights it could have been, which would have been somewhere around 1,400 for each one of those. So that would have been nice, very nice. Well, there's no lost opportunities, missed opportunities. There's only the next opportunity. So there you go. There you go. I thought Gabe lost money. Why is that a great trade? I'm gonna call it a night. I will. I'll either be back on for the stream for a short stream at slow markets or night moves or whatever you want to call it. Definitely for 8 o'clock in the morning. So have a great night. And get out and do something besides stare at these screens.